All right, somebody say something so I can make sure that Discord's being captured.
Rada Fraga.
Dang.
There we go.
Whatever that means.
Razzle Frazzle.
Razzle frazzle.
And it's 5 feet.
And I can't help but hear. Oh god, I can't even think of the show now. But the character only spoken rada.
You're talking about
Schnitzel.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Name is Schnitzel.
Yes. And something Chowder was the name of the show.
Correct.
Yeah, for some reason that's all I could hear when you say rada.
Rada. Languages.
Joey.
And we'll just set up an inventory item for that feature.
It?
This is Soul of the Storms.
And just so you know, that particular race may have some upgrades to it. You just have to find them.
Are you talking about the feats?
Storm Soul or whatever specifically I can say off the top of my head does have an upgrade. And you may or may not be in the right place to find out.
Ooh. Okay.
Sorry, the settings of my Streamlabs decided to drop my connection to our Twitter. So now I'm type and everything.
It's fine. Gives me time.
We have a Twitter?
Yeah.
Since when?
Since I started streaming. We have a Twitter, a Facebook. We just don't really post anything to there, but I'm working on being more proactive about that.
Why is this the first time I'm being told of this?
Because reasons.
The longest person here, besides Grim.
I mean, you're not wrong. I guess I just never thought about it, but that is my bad. Yes, we have a Twitter, we have a Facebook, and we have a YouTube account where we archive at least most of our content. Most of campaign.
I knew about the YouTube.
But... Yeah, most of campaign 2 didn't get uploaded because Twitch changed their streaming rules. So originally I was just having it sit in the the VODs for Twitch, and then they changed it and deleted all the existing ones. So all of campaign 2 basically got deleted. So that's why Grim and I have gone back to re-uploading this after every session to Facebook. Not Facebook, YouTube. Alrighty, so I got that set up.
Foundry skills.
Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. I believe last week we had just made it to the Black City. Group was looking for a way to get Simar back while he floated through unknown plane, and the group really didn't have much luck because the individual they're trying to find is difficult to find, to say the least.
Yeah, and I can't say names correctly.
Well, it's okay. But some interesting turn of events. I believe basically we ended at everybody drinking at the Educated Teacup. And while you all are drinking, Simamar kind of just stares off into the distance for a second. And then, like TV static when someone changes the channel, he turns back to regular Simamar again.
That was a good drink.
Oh yeah, that's right. You guys passed out because you all decided to take the strongest liquid in the bar.
None of us made the.
Another round, please.
Lars says in his sleep. And the bartender looks at you with concern. But they will, assuming that you're good for it, they just kind of get some of their patrons to pick you all up and take you to various rooms for the night. They'll just collect their money from you in the morning.
That's nice.
But it is morning time. You all can take the benefits of a long rest. And currently, all of you are hungover.
Oh, my head.
Feels like someone dropped a full-size ancient dragon.
This is worse than space.
Well, at least I figured out that if something squashes my head, it hurts.
That makes sense.
You a slime? Don't you not have to worry about that?
Apparently, we do.
Well, that's surprising.
Don't be so loud.
Oh.
please.
Well, at least everybody is alive.
At least I hope I am.
Are you?
My head certainly doesn't feel like it.
What? Can you make some hangover food?
Aren't you a paladin? Just lay on hands yourself.
Oh. I still want hangover food.
Oh, lay on hands me before you go get food.
Nah, you're gonna suffer with me.
Divine power is rich and nourishing. It offers the strength to rise again to those who've lost their strength. Cure wounds. Go away.
Uh-oh.
You want your cure wounds to go away?
Oh, no.
What the hell happened?
Oh, no.
Do.
So that's 9 points of healing, right, Simamar?
Yeah.
So your hangover goes away as you puke out blood. You take 27 points of non-resistible necrotic damage.
Oh, what the fuck? 27?
Yep.
I told you no magic, just hangover food. Are you
Yeah.
still alive?
Don't use that on me ever.
Why?
away from
Thea will walk out of his room. Why is Simamar on the floor?
He was puking blood.
Do you need help?
Yes.
Let's first make sure you don't have something. He's gonna cast Identify on you. Oh, that's unfortunate.
What?
Well, he'll set down a nice healing potion next to you and tell you, this should be okay. Just don't use any healing magic on yourself for the next 12 hours.
What's wrong with him?
Okay, and he will drink the healing potion.
Did anyone here drink a black liquid?
Raise hand.
Raise hand.
I think we all did.
And I assume you immediately passed out as soon as you drank it.
Yeah.
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 Okay. That's supposed to be reserved for beings with a extremely high constitution. Like, I don't know, they could get shot in the stomach with a cannon and be just fine.
Whoops.
If you don't succeed against the, or rather resist the effects of the liquid, it inflicts a temporary curse upon you, which all of you should still be under for the next 12 hours. A 24-hour curse.
Ow. I feel that in my bones.
Do I have to worry about
Mechanically
regeneration?
Is it magical in nature?
Fuck, am I going to... Akito just regenerates to death?
It does 3 times the amount of healing done if it's magical.
It doesn't say magical.
Then you're probably okay. Just message me what the source is, and I can tell you whether it would count or not. It probably won't, but anyway. Oh, yeah. He kind of just pats Simar on the shoulder. Good luck with that. I've got some business to attend to here in the city. Have fun, everybody. And he just begins to walk away.
What business
Be
do you
careful.
have?
And as soon as he gets to like the top of the stairs, because you guys are on the second floor, you see 2 purple-robed figures just appear out of nowhere and like loop their arms underneath his arms and literally start dragging him away.
Be resisting?
No, although no, he's not resisting. He just gives you guys away, then they drag him down the stairs.
Okay.
Yes.
Call if you need help. I tip my hat.
To answer your question, I was gonna go looking for spells, but apparently that has changed.
Oh my.
As they drag him out the
Can
front
you
door.
please keep it down my head?
This morning, just getting weirder and weirder.
I
So who is
know.
ready for round 2?
Fuck no. I have things to do. Speaking of things to do, wood carving.
Oh right. You tell people to remind things. Forget at one point or another. 1 second. So I believe there is a outline for wood carving tools. Looks like you can use wisdom or intelligence for it. So take your pick.
I'm gonna use wisdom.
Yeah. So however many objects you're trying to do, roll once for each one.
All right.
And if you fail and really want that item, then your next roll will count towards that. With 16, I'd say you make a pretty decent likeness of a crowbar out of wood. I mean, wooden hammers have been made for centuries, so with a 26, you have it down to the point where it's ornate.
Didn't you started with the hammer?
No. Oh, wood carving.
I mean,
Thank you.
apparently you should have, because you got a 26 on your next thing after that. See, using the hammer makes it a lot
I'm sorry, what was that, Akita?
Oh, shorten up over here as he breaks his knife in half.
With a 9, I'm gonna say that, like, you know that this is wrong and it won't work for the purposes you want, but you know that you're extremely close, like hairline close.
There we go.
Yep, that one you make it an ornate looking wooden. Anything that was rolled above a 20 would be like you could probably, if you could probably sell this if you really
Good.
wanted to.
Which means that when I convert it into my anime power and use a magical version of that wood carving knife, it'll be even more effective than a regular one.
Yep.
Which is exactly what I'll do. I want a So using my anime power for weapon for that wood carving blade, what circumstance bonus would I get for that? If I
I'm gonna say a +1
all right.
on top of your already proficient rolls. Yeah.
Alright, I have a new primary weapon. I am not converting that into my weapon though. I am going to just wield a large sized greatsword that's made out of wood. I attempt to cast Shillelagh on it. How does nature's magic flow through it?
So as you cast Shillelagh, you see, originating from the point where you touch, a bunch of vines explode from your hand and start to wrap around the blade, and just kind of like become this really tightened pattern to the point where the entire wooden blade part is covered in vine, like almost like a sheath, and then spikes just grow out of the vines, and you can sense, even without detect magic, you can sense an innate level of magic coming from these vines.
Excellent. Hey Lars, do you have a +1 shield?
I don't use shield.
You don't use a shield? Anyone here
No.
use a shield?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, never mind.
What do you mean, never mind?
Yeah.
No,
There.
sure.
No.
Do you use a shield?
You're the cutout.
Oh, the cardboard cutout. Yeah.
Except he
well,
hasn't been to work.
Yeah, he's been busy. I'll just hold on to my shield in the meantime.
Well, if you don't need it, I think World can use it as cooking pot at some point.
Yeah, I mean, if Vort wants to use a shield instead of a pot,
I've already got better, and he holds up his frying pan, which is actually an arrow catching shield.
Oh, ho, 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 ho.
the last thing for now is we'll do some torches. Or a torch.
You make a torch.
Alright. Now I'm gonna activate my anime power and I'm gonna make a bunch of arrows. How many arrows can I spill out of me?
I'd say 10 at a time.
10 at a time. Well,
One.
if Alice was here, I would suggest that she try using these, but since she's not. Alright, I am all set. This is all you guys. I'm ahead to the Adventurers Guild unless you guys wanna wait for you to sober up.
Don't need to sober up.
I sobered myself up and then puked out blood.
As evidenced by the pool of blood that is still there.
I cast prestidigitation on it.
Oh, fair enough. I forgot. I did see that. I just forgot to ask you what you did for. That's fair enough.
Or
Alrighty.
he's just chugging water out of his alchemy jug.
You know
Well.
what? I would say after a certain amount of time, that actually works. Because all you're trying to do is counter dehydration. So, I'll say with an alchemy jug, it's kind of like it's only a battle of time and whether your bladder can hold that much.
Next thing we hear from Zumars.
As you're leaving Simamar, make a perception check. Actually,
Yes,
first, give me your passive perception.
19.
And then, anyway. Okay, yes, with a 19, give me a perception check. I don't have tokens for them, but in this like stage area, it's actually not a stage area. There's actually a bunch of tables and stuff. I just didn't feel like repopulating those after they got destroyed. But basically, you will see a group of individuals kind of huddled around a table, talking in hushed tones. A 13 isn't exactly high enough to pick up on what they're saying, but you catch a couple words like trial and really big deal.
Do they look like adventurers?
They kind of look like a mix between like a couple of townies and a couple of what you assume are adventurers, because they kind of have like equipment strapped on, like a sword, bow. One has a spear, but none of them look particularly strong. Also, just by looking at them, you can't tell what their class is.
Neat.
Which I'm gonna say at your experience level is actually kind of weird because you've experienced enough now to at least have a basic idea of what everybody is, and none of them fit any bill that you've ever seen.
Pardon me, fellow adventurers and good townspeople. You said something rather interesting. I was wondering if you could tell me more, and he'll set a piece of iridium on the table to pay for a round of drinks.
Well, I mean, if you're buying the round, sure. We got a couple things that we were talking about, so I guess I'll give you the general gist of everything we're talking about, and if you have more questions, we can go down that route.
Sounds good to me.
So, say you're an adventurer. Have you heard the big news?
Probably not, as I just got back.
A regional dungeon was discovered, and it hasn't been touched yet.
Ooh.
Which means that there's a big payday to the first group who can clear it, or, first person to get through it. But, the big warning is he kind of gives you this big, like, wave of his arms, kind of air quotes, that the big shots are saying is, we haven't sent any scouts in yet, so we don't know the difficulty level.
I feel like the guild would be on top of that.
Normally they are, yes, but apparently this one's giving them trouble. Also, I don't know if you are a big fan of competition sports, but the Dark Tower's back. And they are apparently allowing people to challenge their arena for he's like, I guess unimaginable riches is how they put it.
Well, I've always wanted to be a part of one of them tournaments.
This is a little bit different than that. From what I understand, it's kind of like it's similar to what you think of as a dungeon, but far more complicated because the creatures aren't anything that you've ever seen. And I don't mean that as in the rude way, like you're not well traveled. It's these aren't your typical monsters.
They're not native to the material plane, is what you're telling me.
They're not native to this universe, as far as I'm concerned.
Cool.
My pappy was a very big shot adventurer in his day, and even he's never seen creatures like that. And he's been to multiple planes.
This just gets more and more interesting.
And then kind of the final topic we were covering is there's whispers of a big deal going down at the royal palace. Apparently it's a big deal because it's a trial of some sort for the heads of the familias. Don't know exactly what's going on, but apparently you don't have to attend, but the public is allowed to attend if it is something that they so choose. But I don't feel comfortable in those upscale settings, so it's probably not for me. Also, there's a cooking competition if that interests you.
I know someone who would definitely be interested in that. Well, thank you, comrades, for sharing this information with me. I hope you all have a merry day.
You as well. While Simmar's having that conversation, what are the rest of you up to? Still nursing your hangover? Or are you gonna start stumbling down?
Stumbling down for breakfast. Slow morning.
A yellowish slime guy calls, "Hail, good sir. How's that hangover treating you?" Not being overly quiet either.
I think it's gonna be over soon. Thank you for asking. Do you guys have any breakfast for this hangover?
Sure, we got some sheep stomach, freshly grilled, some slices of T-Rex bacon, and some chocobo scrambled eggs.
Chocobo eggs and that bacon would sound perfect for this morning.
Same.
He looks over the counter and sees Fort. Ah! Two orders of bacon and eggs coming up.
I don't have any memories what happened, Bort, but I think we had one fun. Yeah.
About Aikido, since Nortor is AFK for the moment.
I need to go back in the room to wash up. Kind of flush my system. Because we were still upstairs, right?
Yeah. The other two
get,
stumbled down, so.
Yeah, I gotta get ready. And then...
Alrighty. Vort and Lars, what are your passive perceptions?
15.
12.
Okay, so neither of you hear the conversation that Simmar's had. Yeah, so neither of you have the passive perception necessary to overhear that conversation. Norjor. The other two stumbled down for breakfast. Simar is in the corner currently talking to a couple of people. And Akito turned right around and went back in his room where you can kind of hear water splashing and frustrated groans.
Yeah. Ujor was just laying on the bed and said it was Akito that's in the room, or
Well, you all have your own separate rooms, but you can. His room is next to yours, so you can kind of hear through the wall, a splashing of water and frustrated groans.
yeah. So then Akito will hear a loud crash and crunching coming from Ujor's room. It sounds like something wooden is broken.
No, not the wood.
Oh, Akito, odd or even?
Odd.
Interesting. As you go to like clean off your suit and make sure that it's good for the day, your foot just narrowly misses the corner of your bed, avoiding you stubbing your toe.
Not starting off.
But yeah, eventually, Norder will come on the stairs to join the rest of the group, brushing off some what looks to be splinters from him.
Pieces of wood.
Yeah. Just
Um,
he sits down, he just yanks out a large chunk of wood from his arm. That always hurts. Suddenly got so quiet.
I was reading something. So as you stumble down, Simar, at this point you'd be heading out.
Neat. Oh, actually, that reminds me. Is Akito downstairs yet, or is he back at the room?
I have not come downstairs.
All right.
This is the right time of day.
Yeah, I believe it is. Actually, no. Sorry, you're right. It set it to 31st, and it's like 8 a.m. I'll say you
8
guys.
a.m. That's way too early. So it's the first then.
Yeah, whatever the next day would be. I just hadn't changed the clock yet. Anyway, so he's doing his stuff. What is your next goal, Samar?
I want to see if Akito has any funding for me from the last set of blood bacon, blood jerky.
Thought he already gave that out.
I was not there.
Oh, fair. No, you're right. You weren't there
I was in space.
with Markiplier. No, I'm just kidding.
So I check in with him to see if there is a share for me. If not, no big deal.
Oh, you know what? I haven't decided. It just blinked on my mind because everyone else would know what this is. But for the newer people, this giant gray square isn't just a mistake. It's literally one section of the bar is covered in granite.
How did that happen?
Gosh, how did that happen?
Yeah, things
We're gonna
happen,
talk about
but
it.
but it is something I do have to point out because it's not a mistake. Anyway, so Akito, do you give him any
Yeah.
money? Or okay,
Yeah, 829 iridium in a sack.
Whoa.
Follow him down.
Oh, much
Alright,
appreciated.
Yes, so it
Anthony,
has to go in a sack because weigh 16 pounds.
Yeah, this is quite hefty. Now that we're all together, minus the cardboard cutout of Alice,
actually, she didn't come down this morning.
minus the cardboard cutout of Alice,
Not a cardboard cutout if she has actually something that she's doing. You just aren't aware that she's doing it. She
um,
messaged me ahead of time what she wanted to do, so.
right. So, gentlemen, I have come across some interesting news of late.
Have we got our food yet?
At this point, literally, as he starts talking, the bartender will set down 2 plates in front of the 2 of you and inform North Shore that his is coming up shortly.
I just start eating almost as fast as I can.
I will be patient and wait.
He literally, Vort literally eats his breakfast in one bite.
And that's amazing.
For some reason, I just imagine this goblin having the Wario mouth. Did you at least leave them the plate?
Well, what did you find, Shimimar?
Well, one, don't eat with your mouth full. Two, so there's some interesting events that are happening. One is that there's a new dungeon that has recently emerged, but it's giving the guild some issues, so they don't know how to rank it.
Which I'm going to say, just for everybody's sake, while you may not know what the specific ranks are, everyone in this party would be aware that the Adventurers Guild and the Hunters Guild both use a sort of rudimentary ranking system to tell you how difficult something's going to be. It's not as specific as like a CR rating, but it is like a letter as assigned specifically. But none of you, except for Aikido, none of you are adventurers directly who would have direct knowledge of this. So when he says they can't assign a difficulty, that's what they mean, is they haven't given it a letter grade yet.
Yep.
How difficult are we talking, though?
I mean, if it's giving the guild issues, decently so. I think it would be definitely a challenge for us, but it would probably be very rewarding. The other thing that I heard is that they're talking about this thing called the Black Tower, which is kind of like a out of reality place that holds arena tournaments, and that apparently that the prizes are beyond imagination.
The bartender will pipe up and correct you and say, it's the Dark Tower. And if you'd like, I have more information on that.
Ooh, please
As
tell.
you are also in a familia's house. As he gives a nod to Aikido.
Tip the hat.
Wait, Akiro's a god?
No, familia house.
Yes.
as in-
Shh, 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 shh. I am.
Praise be!
Wego looks at you and says, I wouldn't claim that. The big boss hears all, sees all. And in this particular house, there's more than one that you have to answer to, if you know what I mean.
Is fair. I'll take a breakfast wine.
Yeah. Knowing that this place is a familiar house, Nordor is just gonna look real nervous as he just sips some of his water.
But anyway, the Dark Tower is kind of a. I mean, there are different variations to it, but seeing as how you all came in as a group, I assume you're a party. A party can approach the Dark Tower, and it's very simple concept. There are 10 floors that you can attempt to clear. Depending on how far you go, is the kind of rewards that you get. They don't intend for you to die, but fair warning, if you die in there, you actually die. And they cannot be held responsible for your death.
Oh, that's good to know.
But the higher you get, the better the rewards. Now, I'm just gonna. He kind of leans over the bar closer to you guys. This is just rumor because the Dark Tower hasn't been seen in over 100 years. But the last time a group went into the Dark Tower, it was said that they made it all the way through, and when they did, they had an audience with the gods themselves before the fall. And that was the kind of reward that they got. They were able to ask the gods for something directly.
That's awesome.
But also that group was considered one of the most powerful groups to ever have existed. They were known as the Celestial 12. And when he says that, all of you have some inkling of that name. You elves in particular would definitely know that name because both of you are old enough to have at least heard of it. Celestial 12 was a specific group of adventurers who were all epic level, and they were considered the best. They were like the icons that every adventurer strove to be, and it was rumored that each one of them was at least level 60. And each had their own special power that they obtained for being so strong. But also, the two elves would know, they haven't been heard from in like 40-ish years. So, just to give you an idea of the caliber of somebody who went through the 10th floor, it was rumored they did it.
Rumor. Well,
But I've heard people making it through the first 2 floors and getting a pretty decent payout too, so
I mean,
it just depends on how much you're willing to challenge yourself.
I mean, that overall, that sounds pretty good because, why not, right?
Well, at least couple floors.
Oh, you're Lars, right?
Yeah.
Someone came by early this morning, and I mean, like, it was still dark out when they came by, and asked me to drop this, if I could pass this along to you when you came down. And he slides like a letter across to you.
Okay. One hand Lars see it, one hand Lars take the letter, and I try to open it so I can read it.
All right.
Oh, well, Well, I got one place to be.
Well, before you head off, uh, Wego, could you tell us more about the Familia meeting happening today
Familia meeting.
at the palace?
Oh, that.
Yeah, what's going on with that?
Honestly, it's beyond my pay grade. I know probably about as much as you do. But what I do know is that the big, let's call them the big wigs, are all finally in one place. And they are convening court so that universal level matters can be discussed. Now, this is literally just a rumor because I don't know any more than this. So, rumor mixed with speculation, but it may have something to do with the banishment of all the deities.
Oh,
This
Oh.
might be it might be as serious as that.
now that is interesting. I say, as a group, later today, let's reconvene at that meeting, see what they're talking about. And then, if no one else has anything to do, let's head to the Black Tower.
Yeah, before we go, Nordro's just gonna look at the Alice or Vor cutout. Use a
There's no
pen
Vort
or
cutout.
whatever drawing implement.
Yeah, Ford's here.
I think he means Alice, who left very early this morning.
Alice is
Alice.
And when he said cutout, she's not actually here.
Oh.
Just so you know.
I somehow thought it was an actual cardboard cutout we've been using. Like, if
Oh,
they're
no.
not here, they just turn into a cardboard cutout.
No, that's my joke.
No, that's his joke. So for Emmerich literally fell into a spatial hole with Thea, and you haven't seen him since. And Alice, you saw her last night before you guys started drinking the black liquid, but you have not seen her since. In fact,
Oh.
if you asked, the bartender would tell you she left somewhere around 5 in the morning with a very murderous look in her eye.
Oh no, that's just normal.
Simamar, what was this about the dungeon you were talking about before?
There's a dungeon that recently emerged that the guild hasn't really identified a difficulty level for yet.
Thank you.
And why exactly are they having a hard time with it? Is it just that difficult, or is there another reason?
Could be anything. It could just
Wego will shrug at you and say, sadly, I am not an adventurer. While our familia does have adventurers, we tend to send them towards the Adventurers Guild for information like that. Unless someone tells me about it directly.
I was asking my friend Simamar here. I was not asking you, but thanks.
he jiggles as he shrugs. All right, very well. Goes back to cleaning a glass. Simar, as you look up, you make a perception check.
I will. One more. One more.
So, I know we're looking at this from a top-down perspective, but if you shift your perspective to you're looking this direction,
right?
You see how like there are these little drapes basically that kind of separate the back of the bar from the front of the bar.
Yes.
Through the small slats in between each drape, you see a shimmer of an emerald mass just walking from left to right. And as it gets like right here, because you are actually paying attention, you would notice an individual that looks like a very large dragonborn. And I mean 10 to 12 feet tall, 10 to 12 feet across. And he's wearing nothing but pants. And he is ripped as fuck. You have a feeling he could crush your head in between his hands if he wanted to.
That dude is thick.
But the reason I'm bringing this up is something inside you stirs as you look at him.
Oh. Is it the storm or is it the divine? Oh.
Well, technically, that question you just asked would be yes.
Yes.
Both would flag with this individual.
Huh.
But he disappears behind this sort of drape over here.
Hey, Wiko, who is that?
He glances at Akito. That is one of the ones that Akito has to answer to besides the other one while you're in this house in particular. You could call him the owner.
Oh.
But he just kind of he rented this space to us because he's not here enough to warrant keeping it. And like I said, at this point, you guys have at least enough basic information about each class that you can identify someone off the cuff. You look at him, you see something between a barbarian and a monk.
Ah. A powerful combo indeed. Alright.
Well, I'm curious about this dungeon thing. That's sure to have plenty of interesting ingredients.
Yes. But we can...
Oh. Are you a fellow chef, perchance?
Oh,
Master
right.
Goblin?
I am.
Cooking competition.
Yes, exactly that. There's a cooking competition going on later on this
Really?
afternoon. So if you go straight out this door, literally, I think it's a couple 100 feet, where the giant statue of the last wall is, they'll be hosting a cooking competition in that square. I hate to call it this, but this is literally what it's called. It's Wall Square.
That's an adjective.
Yeah, I know. I didn't choose the party name. The party chose the party name. But from what I hear, payout's pretty good if you can wow the judges with an amazing dish.
Mm. Out of curiosity, Vort, you have something to say?
No, it's fine.
No.
It's a 400 iridium payout for the top prize, and 6 secret cooking books that are apparently only known to the most renowned chefs in the world.
It sounds like you gotta go.
It's this afternoon, you said?
Yes, at 2:00.
I could try to hunt something down for you in the meantime.
And if they give you trouble, tell them you have the backing of the Crimson Tiger Familia.
Sorry, what was that?
He said, if they give you trouble, tell them you have the backing of the Crimson Tiger Familia.
Oh, thank you.
He kind of sweeps an arm at Akito. Well, membership comes with benefits even for the party members.
Yeah. I mean, is this a group cooking thingy or is it single?
It's singles, but if you are part of a group, you can all individually enter to increase your odds. Just keep in mind, this is a cooking competition and you're supposed to wow. So if you've never cooked before in your life, I would not suggest trying.
Do we bring our own ingredients or are they provided?
I think from what I understand, the situation is both. If you don't have any ingredients on hand, they will provide whatever is necessary that they have. Obviously, that can be a little bit limiting, but there are some chefs who like to challenge themselves that way. But if you happen to go out hunting and come back with something that you want to use, they allow submission as long as you're not, and as long as you allow as long as you submit it for inspection first. They want to make sure you're not poisoning them before you make this dish.
Right.
Obviously, T-Rex steak laced with nightshade would be a very bad thing for us.
Mm. Well, Lars, it sounds like we can do our hunting competition.
Yeah, that sounds. But before we start hunting, I really have to go meet someone.
Right. It just gives me a head start.
What time is it now?
Like 8:30 now.
Okay, so we have some time. But isn't it a long trip to get out of the city?
It
Before
is
you actually
normally,
start.
yes.
Yes.
But they're going to inform you that now that you're in the city, there are ways of instantaneous travel between the entrance of the city and the center of the city.
Ooh.
They've had to account for things like this. And just recently, they have made them public use after a certain freezing incident.
Nice. Well, we all have some things to do and some things to prepare for, so I say let's go check out these teleportation circles and yeah, go have fun. How much was the drink last night?
Steven, are you gonna you deal with the tab? I'm going. Bye.
Ha, fuck no. You get back here, Lars.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
They will tell you, they'll just put it on your tab. You can set it up later when you guys leave. They usually like to, if you're staying here, they like to just round it all out and have it as one big bill.
I don't like that, but if that's how they want to handle it, alright.
Well, you never know when someone decides to pay for all your stuff. That happens a lot around here.
Very well.
I witnessed a drinking competition between two sorry individuals and a frickin' Valhalla angel, and they won. They outdrank the drunk angel.
What?
He looks visibly disturbed by this
How?
statement as he says it. I don't know. But that angel had a lot of money.
Okay, I'm gonna go now. Y'all have a good one. See you at 2, Vort.
Right, Fort's going to go around stocking up on spices and things like that.
Okay. I'm going to say, because of your background and what you've been doing up till this point, Ford has been to the Black City before, so he knows exactly what he's looking for. I mean, as an adventuring party, this is like the #1 place for adventurers. There are adventuring guilds in other towns, yes, but this is the one that most go to, so...
Sooner or later, everyone winds up here.
Yep, exactly. In more ways than one. There's bar too for some reason. So that's what Vort and Simar are doing. Lars, you said you're going off to meet with that person.
Yeah.
Ready? Aikido.
I'm gonna look up spices.
Before you do that, now that let's say your friends are here, Wego leans across the table. Hey, got something for you.
Ah,
It's not necessarily mandatory, but they are inclining that nobility should attend that big trial that your friends were talking about.
oh, so we do have an invitation.
Well, not we.
Me.
You have
Gotcha.
you have an actual definable rank, and your input is valuable to a certain extent. If who I think is going to be presiding over this trial, I don't know how much of a voice you'll have, but it is kind of encouraged that all nobles attend.
And what time was this?
It's going to start around 10 o'clock, but it's also going to have an indefinite time. So,
Like an hour and a half?
well, yes, it starts in an hour and a half. It's gonna go on until they resolve it, apparently.
Okay. I'm gonna scratch what I was gonna do. No spices. I turn to my buddy here, and I said, Keto, okay, scratch at other things. You need to go and check out the local politics and whatnot, and find out if forms have already been submitted for my father to take over Arcset.
Okay.
I will start making my way to the palace. I think it takes a while to get there.
It does. And Aikido, while you've not been here very often, you have been here once or twice, and that's enough to know that this. I described this to Lars the other day, but just so everybody else has an idea, take Neverwinter, Baldur's Gate, and Waterdeep and smash them together, and this place is still bigger. There are well over 5 to 6 million people who live in this city alone. Why it's inside of a hollowed out mountain.
When if my friends show up, just let them know where I am. Thank you. We go. Tip my hat. Good day.
And then that just leaves Norjor. What does Norjor want to do?
Well, he's going back to his room and is going to kind of think of a way to replace the bed that broke.
Okay. We will get back to that in a second. If everybody wouldn't mind, who to start with first?
That's the real question.
We'll start with Norjor first.
Oh, joy.
So, you're looking at this bed that you have broken. Do you have any usable skills that can help you fix the bed?
I don't think so, but I will check once I get back into the game. But most likely not. And it has gone radio silent again.
I'm debating.
say that, I get scared.
Would you rather use strength, intelligence, or wisdom?
Don't think I'm good in any of those.
Well, one of those you're okay in, the other two you're not.
Right now, I don't remember which is the one I'm okay in.
I'll be nice and say it's intelligence.
I'll use intelligence then.
Alright, let me see if we have any proficiencies. And you don't have any spells that can help with this. Alright, well. This'll just be a straight intelligence check. I can roll that for you if you want.
Ah, please do.
Alrighty. That's
I
par for the
don't
course.
like that laugh.
That's par for the course.
Oh no.
Uh, yeah. Well, with a 6, you're staring at this bed and you're trying to find all the places that you've broken. And if you want to devote your time to this, it will definitely work. I'm just going to tell you with a 6, it's going to take several hours for you to figure this out. So the question is would Norjor be that interested in fixing this to the point where he's going to devote several hours? Or after the first few minutes when he realizes he just really doesn't quite understand what he's looking at yet, would he give up?
Yeah, after a few minutes, he's just gonna give up and start finding a way to replace it without Wago noticing. And him carrying an entire bed through the front door and up the stairs.
We'll say it takes you a little bit of time to wander outside and find a place. Because you are not native to the Black City, it takes you a little bit of time to find a place that sells beds. So let me look up something real quick.
Ojo really is a one-man Three Stooges.
They will sell you a new bed frame that will fit the ones that they sell at the end for 10 iridium pieces.
I will pay that 10 iridium.
Okay.
Now, how to get it in without Wago noticing?
Well, we'll have that assembled and ready for you by the afternoon. We'll deliver it directly. I assume you don't want us to deliver this in the front door, so if you want to come around the side, we'll drop off the bed for you.
Could I also get some help carrying it through? I mean,
Yeah,
Not
I'm sure. I'm sure for a couple steel pieces, the lads who deliver wouldn't mind helping you carry it in there.
yeah. Okay, thank you.
So that gives Norjor a couple hours to figure this out before it gets here. And I will leave Norjor to contemplate that.
Ojo's kind of panicking.
I understand. Let's see. So Vort is going to buy some spices. I'm just gonna say, assuming you're just looking for your common spices, not like anything out of the ordinary. Everybody you'd find at your local haunts, your usual haunts, you would find your spices that you can buy. Now, if you're looking for something special or out of the usual uh, standard spices, you might have to make some rolls to take a look around.
All right. What would I be rolling? Investigation.
Let's start with we'll start with investigation.
8.
On an 8, you go through several of the stores, you find your usual spices, and while doing that, you're keeping an eye out for rarer spices. And even on an 8, I'll give you 1. You find a place that's selling pixie dust, which, while Vort hasn't used very often, he would understand because of his chef feature that it's a lot like powdered sugar, except, and this is one of those things that's kept in between the chefs and the cooking world. It really is made out of pixie wings. It's not just a name.
Okay. Oh yeah, he'll buy that.
So for a usable amount, we'll say like a couple ounces worth, it'd be like 5-6 steel pieces. We'll say 5. And then the rest of the spices you can chalk up to like an additional 2 or 3 steel pieces. So we'll say 2. Because, like I said, they know you. Maybe not like they're not like your best friend, but you are within the circles and you've been here before, that they recognize that you're a chef, and they're like, okay, well, we'll just give it to them for the restaurant rate, so to speak.
He said in herbology shop at one point, he said nightshade's unpopular, right?
Every attendant is kind of like, they're trying not to be obvious, but you can tell they're all looking at you with your passive perception. And I will say, because this cooking competition is happening today, every place you've visited has had more traffic than normal. And you can tell there's a lot of... You haven't run into another chef yet, let's put it that way. You've run into a lot of amateurs, assistants, amateurs, a lot of... None of them strike you as very good at being a chef. But you're right, some of them are more likely assistants. You can tell some of them are amateurs, people who don't actually have the chef feature, but they are trying.
Okay.
So you get a scope currently of what you think is your competition as being lackluster. Now again, that doesn't necessarily constitute who the competition is, but that's who you've observed so far.
All right, feeling good.
So after that, would Vort go anywhere else?
I don't think so. I can't think of anything he would be looking for.
All right. So we'll say then that after you find, especially looking for, maybe you flip through a couple cookbooks that are in the various cooking shops just to see if anything sparks an inspiration for your dish that you're going to present.
Sounds good.
Alrighty. Simamar.
That's me.
So you exited. You said you're heading for the teleporters to go outside of town, or did you have somewhere else in mind that you want to go first?
I just wanted to verify the locations of the teleporters. Then I was gonna go register at the Adventurers Guild, shoot General Jewel a message, and then go hunting to assist Fort with cooking.
All right. So when I talked about Wall Square is specifically like, it's not where the giant square is. That's actually there for a reason. That giant square is actually the statue itself of the last wall. This right here in the white is what's considered wall square. And the reason I'm bringing this to your attention is because as you walk towards Wall Square, Simar, you'll see kind of they're not necessarily what you come to expect as teleporters. They're not like what the book describes as permanent fixtures, but you can see people using them as such, like just stepping in and disappearing 6 seconds later.
Oh,
And then occasionally someone just appears in one of those circles.
cool.
So it's not teleportation circle as the spell and the permanent fixture of one, but you kind of recognize this as similar to that.
I will step into a circle and think about the Adventurers Guild.
So you will learn what the flaw of these circles are.
Yay!
And it's not really a flaw. This was a intentional design, but like I said, these aren't teleportation circles. These are warp pads.
Oh.
And using one immediately lets you know what they do. A warp pad is sort of like teleportation circle where it's guaranteed success, but the difference is warp pads are actually technologically based, which Simamar would know that that's rare.
That is extremely
Technology.
rare.
The technology level of this world is considered low. Like there are firearms, but they're not impressive as far as Simamar has seen. And a warp pad specifically is linked between two fixed points.
Ah.
So
Where do I
if I gave you 1 through 6, with 1, 2, and 3 being on the left, 4, 5, and 6 being on the right, which one would you have chosen?
The middle on the right.
So 5. Okay. So 5. One, 3. 1, 3, 4, and 6. I'll take you to. You actually picked one of the ones that doesn't take you outside the city. That's impressive. So 5 actually would take you to the Craftsman District, which is this larger top right portion.
Oh, neat.
Like this. I guess you can't even see my measurement tool. It's so large. Yeah, so basically in the northeast of the map, where it's kind of like greenish area, you can see it's kind of farm. This is the Craftsman District / middle to lower class district. So the closer you are to the river, the more you find shops. The farther you are is where you'll find housing and internal farming. And some parks and other things like that. So
cool.
you actually find yourself here at this at the start of this pavilion.
Oh. Is there a person that is here that looks like they're an attendant?
No, you see several people though, like actually enjoying the park, and some people appear to be having morning prayer here for whatever deity that they're praying to. And you see it's gonna follow you everywhere somewhere. You see a bunch of people holding up signs, all kind of walking in a counterclockwise circle and chanting something.
I'm hesitant to ask. What are they chanting?
Stop the war! Stop the war! Stop the war!
Fucking protesters.
But the funny thing is, it seems like no one else is disturbed by this. It's like they're being completely shunned.
Well, time to shun them as well. I step onto another teleport pad. Port pad.
Same numbers, 1 through 6, same arrangement.
Number 3.
Number 3. Number 3, you find yourself at the edge of a very, very vast plain that looks somewhat familiar, but this is definitely not the side you came in on.
Huh. Well,
And
I'm happy.
you would see guards posted every 5 feet, as well as this giant wall of a material you have never seen before. It kind of makes you think of like gemstones, but it's like a solid wall of like aquamarine.
That's trippy. Pardon me, good sir. Where am I at?
South entrance of the Black City.
Oh,
You
neat.
are several hundred miles away from the actual center of the town, though. Just so you're aware.
Oh, right. Could you direct me to which pad I could take to get to the Adventurers Guild?
Well, the closest one would be number 2 there.
Number 2. Oh, thank you very much. Steps on 2.
You find yourself back in Wall Square.
Okay. Doing the Adventurers Guild on foot. Got it.
I mean, you were literally right there. And so, for future reference, the one that is labeled with a giant ram, I need to change the logo and stuff because this was from previous world, but right here is the Adventures Guild.
Oh, yeah, I was right next to
It
it.
just wasn't visible from the side that you were looking at.
Right. I shall head to it.
Okay. Apologies, someone's asking what's for dinner.
Food.
That's exactly what I sent them. So as you enter the Adventurers Guild, it is very large. This appears to be kind of big space with a bunch of tables.
Your
Where
traditional Adventurers Guild.
yes, with the back of it has like 10 different places where you can see like receptionists. There are stairways to a couple half stories on each side, and what looks like another staircase to an entirely different floor from those 2 floors.
Cool. I would
And you
approach.
see giant boards with lots of like papers stuck to them.
Ah, words, my greatest nemesis. I will approach a receptionist when they are available. If there's no one in line.
I mean, it's not like super busy, but there are a lot of people, so I'd say it's a good 10-minute wait for you before you get to the front line. And with that, we will switch over to Lars.
Yeah.
Lars, you kind of have a long walk ahead of you, but you find yourself on the west side of town where all the blue is. This is called the Nobles District because it's the closest to the palace. The giant blue circle here actually can be removed. One moment. That was to show something that is no longer there. So you pass by the Colosseum, and as you're walking, you follow the general instructions. The map is detailed enough that you know exactly where you're going, so you don't falter. But you feel like if you didn't have this map, you'd be lost really quickly. This is a very large city.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you find yourself kind of in this bottom left-hand corner, where this golden top building is.
Can you ping again? Okay.
And as you find yourself there, you'll see a person waiting outside, kind of cloaked in a midnight black robe, which has feathers
Yeah.
of what you assume is a raven attached to it. And he'll take a look at you, kind of size you up, or you can. What you assume he's doing is he's sizing you up, and he just kind of gestures for you to go inside.
I just start walking inside then.
As you enter, it is unsettling. I mean, you know the specifics of your background, but even then, this is an unsettling place to be in. It's very. The motif is very dark, like black brick and black tapestries are strewn the walls with depicting various battle scenes. The floor is completely all black marble and shines to the point where you can see your own reflection in the marble.
Yeah.
And giant black and gold columns appear to be holding up the roof. As you walk into what doesn't appear to be a house, as it does on the outside, more this looks like a giant cathedral. And as you make your way down the center aisle, you see lots of other individuals who are sitting. And this is sort of, again, disturbing because there aren't any actual, like, church pews, but there are people sitting in midair as if there were. All of them wearing blackened robes with raven feathers attached to it. Some of them wearing, like, black plague doctor-like masks, or masks that depict birds. And as you get to the front, you reach a rather, compared to the rest of the place, a very sad-looking statue. It appears to be made of just standard, like, limestone. It appears to have been made poorly. You can tell, at least from what little you know of architecture and, like, stone carving, that whoever made this didn't put any effort into it whatsoever. He just or she just got that general gist done. But it's still enough of a resemblance for you to understand that this is a depiction of your patron.
Yeah. So I kneel before that statue and just say I came for our audience. What kind of manner do you have? What kind? Yeah.
As you have made it to the city of Black, the once great seat of this continent and originally home to its Black Tower. That is to say, my siblings and I have felt your presence and your intentions with your destiny. With the direction that you are going, we would urge you caution, but also we see an opportunity. Help the individual named Aikido. For he is going to stumble upon something. And when he stumbles upon it, there will be a chance for our house to regain its majesty.
As you order, my queen. I will do my best.
As we have seen your intent and your training leading you down a certain path, one of my siblings is going to offer you a different form of power. If you so choose to take it.
I will accept any help that I will get from you. If you say it's the right path to choose, I will follow that path.
When you are ready to take your sacred oath,
I am ready.
await instruction from my sibling, for they have a path that most of your paladins do not have access to. And as you are connected to me, they are willing to offer it to you as long as your goal is aligned with restoring the majesty of our house.
Yes, my queen.
Good. As for personal goals, that is all well and good, but for you personally, there is time for you to obtain your cloak. So before you leave this place, talk to the attendants, and they will tell you the necessary ingredients you will need to gather to create the cloak.
Yes, my queen.
Good. You may go.
Larry just stands up from his kneel position and turns around and starts walking out. And at his way out, he will try to find that one guy to ask those ingredients for the cloak.
So he will tell you you need the skin of a displacing creature. It doesn't necessarily have to be a displacer beast, but it has to be something similar. You will need the feathers of a rock. And you will need the blood of a victim of an Oblex. Bring those 3 ingredients to us, and we will fashion you your raiment. Or cloak, if you will.
Thank you for this information.
I think that's how it's spelled. I might be blanking.
But yeah, Larry just walks out, and maybe now it's time to try find some ingredients for the wards for, or what time is it at this point?
By this point, it would be like 9:30.
Okay, so I still have time to try have
Oh, yeah.
one for his comp. Okay, yeah. But yeah, I try to find some ingredients in the city, something that I can buy, so I get kind of little cheating with Simimar, with our pet, trying just to find something to buy.
All right, we'll get back to that in a second. Akito, you
Yeah.
still have a few hours until the court hearing.
Well, it's gonna take me a little while to get there, so I go straight there. But the other me, he's gonna wander around the teleporters and get town hall the paperwork.
Ah, right. As you get there, you do find out that it is already been submitted and approved. So, based on merits and merits and noble status, you are, or your father was the next best choice. So he has been elected and appointed new mayor of Arkset.
Has he been informed this already?
Oh yes, we sent a messenger a short while ago. Well, not messenger. We sent a message, I should say.
Oh, okay. So I got that.
We are not savages. We do not need to run our messages around.
Is there any paperwork that needs to be hand delivered to him?
No, everything that he needs, General Jewel accounted for before he left for his return journey here to the Black City.
Very good. Very good. Thank you very
So,
much.
fortunately, we didn't have to re-document anything. Everything was good to go. So, General Jewel signed off on all that, as he has the authority to do so.
Looking for set up a trading outpost in Lion City. Paperwork's for that.
Trading outpost. So you mean like a business?
Yes. Sell and buy.
He kind of walks over to a shelf and grabs a giant tome, and I mean like this looks like bigger than the old boob tubes. As he's like, slams it down on the counter, and you hear the counter like groan really, really bad to the point where you kind of worried that it was gonna break. And he starts flipping through. Noble District, Guilds District, Entertainment District, Craftsman District, Merchants District. And he starts flipping through pages. How big of an outfit are we talking?
I don't know. This place looks kind of good.
Okay, a mid-sized building then. And do you need any amenities specific to your trades? Like a freezer room or a fully equipped alchemy lab? I mean, what are we trading in here?
We start A and we work our way through Z. Everything.
So you want to be a general consortium?
Correct.
Well, we do allow you to renovate buildings once you acquire the lease to them. So I guess we will give you a bigger building. And so he'll pull out a map, and generally speaking, looking at the map, he says, "This place here is available."
Comes with a windmill? I mean, a water wheel? Yeah.
That place, that place is available. Actually, both buildings are available. That one's available. You can let me move. Why are you being there? This square building here is available. This half of this building is available.
I like this
one.
water wheel one.
All right, the rent on that is the rent on that is. One second, I need to look up. I have this information, just not in front. That home game. I need to probably post this to the server later so that I can just find it in the server. It's the wages sheet. So it would be 3 times the cost of what one of these guys. So it would be 15 iridium a month with a 30% discount if you pay for the whole year. So 15 iridium a month or
Yeah. Uh,
so 15 iridium per month, or if you pay in advance 168 iridium a year.
you said how much a year?
168.
Yeah, I will do that.
All right. Closes the book. Picks up the book, puts it on a shelf, goes to another shelf where they store other information. Pulls something off the shelf, holds that something up to a door that's behind and between those two shelves, and you see a door just that was not there before pop open as he goes into the back.
When he comes back out, I'm going to be wearing a suit with a note. I'm going to be reading a note. Okay. Put the money down.
He'll hand you a stack of paperwork, tell you that you need to fill this out, and then once we do that, we can take care of the fees now, however you want to do that, and then he can hand over the basically it's like a permit that tells you that shows that you're leasing.
Okay.
Alrighty. Fast forward over. Well, not fast forward. Switch over to Simar.
Okay.
It has been 10 minutes. You have finally gotten to the front of the line. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. How can we be of assistance today?
Good morning. I would like to register as an adventurer.
Really? Kind of looking you up and down.
Yeah.
Well, it's not for me to judge. But you will have to pass the entrance exam.
Okay.
So, I have to go over this with everybody who wants to join. The Adventurers Guild is kind of the everything happens here guild. I know being an adventurer sounds like a grand time and you're going to love every minute of it, but I have to warn you that we don't always do the fun stuff. Quests can vary from things like going and killing a nest of velociraptors, to going and fetching rare and potent medicinal herbs from specific regions of the world, to sometimes they're more specific from clients themselves to specific parties or companies. It's not all fun and games. You get to go out and explore the world. Sometimes the only jobs that'll be available are the things that are very tedious. But you will always get paid. And depending on the difficulty of the quest that you have embarked on, the reward is substantially more the higher the difficulty / risk that you are taking. When you take a job, you have to put down a deposit that shows that you or your party have the intention of taking on this quest, so that we hold that quest in reservation. A quest that is taken can be completed by another group on accident, though usually we have strict rules in place against that, as well as if you take too long, certain quests have certain time frames, and even if it's not a time limited quest, your reservation on a quest can be limited because of your rank. We do not restrict you from taking any difficulty level of quest anymore. So even if you start at the basic rank of F, you could take a Z level or a Z difficulty quest. But that is on your ass if you take it. And the other thing I must impart, that once you take a quest, your deposit will not be returned to you until you have completed the quest. If you back out of the quest for any reason, we claim that deposit plus a 10% cancellation fee.
I mean, that
Do
sounds
you
pretty
accept
fair.
these? Do you accept these terms and conditions?
Probably should have asked, but I guess now is the time. Is there a quota requirement of quests to be completed within a month or a week period?
Oh no, we don't. We understand that adventurers can have lives outside of being adventurers. In fact, I would say that 90% of those who register as an adventurer aren't necessarily adventurers to be adventurers. We do offer services as the Adventuring Guild that you can't get as easily as you can here. So sometimes we have merchants who also register as adventurers just so that they can process certain materials.
Oh, clever. All right, I accept your terms and conditions.
Very well. Then we will put you under what we call the trial-based assessment period. And this basically means that you get one shot at this, because this is going to help us assess if you can handle doing quests of different varieties. And once you've completed the 3 compulsory type quests, then we will make you an official member. And with that, she basically, you see, this isn't, I guess, the first time Simamar has ever seen something like this, but up until now, Simamar's perspective would be only very rich people have these things. As she pulls out this giant, well, not giant, but I'd say a book-sized crystal paint. It looks like a pane of glass. As she clicks it, you can see images popping up on the glass itself. She seems to scroll through and clicks a few what looks like kind of like sheets of paper that are in the glass.
Ooh.
And numbers appear as she clicks them. To which case she sets the tablet down with the numbers displayed in front of her. She reaches underneath the table, the counter, comes back up with 3 similar looking flyers, essentially, and you would know these are quest notices. So the first one is to slay. 1 second. I had these prepared ahead of time, and then I lost them. So let me just regenerate real quick.
Gosh darn paperwork always getting lost.
Well, it's probably my fault. I more than likely didn't save it. So they wouldn't have you deal with those. Okay. What is a good basic creature that you can actually find near the Black Sea? Because they wouldn't send you all the way to like the South Desert for your first quest.
I mean, that'd be a
Although
hell of
that
a
would-
first quest.
You'd be level 20 by the time you got back.
Hell yeah.
I would assume at some point, if you were a wizard and you had to go on your first quest and you had to go all the way to the South Desert, that by the time you needed to come back, you knew teleport.
Ah,
Because to get from the Black City to the northernmost part of the continent and the southernmost part of the continent is 6 months on foot. Not necessarily 6 months on your foot,
Right.
but the average 30 feet per 6 seconds. It's 6 months. Well, you get the fun ones.
Oh.
The first one she would say is this is what we call kill quest. This is specifically to going and hunting down a nuisance that has been reported. About 30 miles out southwest of the Black City, there is a pack of roaming zombies that need to be taken care of.
All right.
And they don't appear, as far as the flyer is concerned. So the way these flyers are is they tell you the creature you're hunting, the difficulty of the quest, which this one is ranked at F, and the general estimated number. The reason that it's estimated is because things can happen that can make that number grow or decrease. So as far as how so you heard earlier that the dungeon hadn't been labeled with a difficulty rating yet. So that's the sort of 5th kind of quest you can get. They just don't. That's not part of the compulsory. It's called scouting missions. Scouting missions are done usually by stronger parties who can go to a location and, stake it out and assess how strong it is. So, as far as this one's concerned, this is considered rank F, and there are 6 zombies, and they're just run-of-the-mill zombies. There's nothing special as far as the group reported. And the reward is in currency. So when it comes to rewards, you get outside of what the guild gives you. When a quest is posted, it itself has payouts, and they can either be currency, items, or both.
Okay. Pretty sure.
This one is just a currency. And then she would also inform you that depending on the difficulty of the quest that you take on, it won't apply to these 3 compulsoraries because it's only for full-fledged members of the guild. But if you complete a quest, you get specialized tokens.
Oh.
And these tokens can be redeemed at the guild for a large variety of things. And she would quickly just kind of describe a generalized idea that any item of any rarity can be purchased from the guild for a specific amount of points. Just the higher the rarity, the higher the points. You can purchase scrolls that allow you to gain proficiencies.
Ooh.
And instantaneously. As long as you have the points for it. There are some manuals that you can purchase for classes that would make learning that class take half as long, and sometimes instantaneously, depending on what the class is. You can find any traditional spell at the Adventurers Guild. They say traditional covers up to 6th level. Anything beyond that, they're actually not allowed to distribute, thanks to edicts from higher authorities. 6th level and above has to be learned specifically from a group called the Order of the Magi. And she would inform you, good luck trying to find them.
Yeah,
They
I'm
don't
not gonna go
they don't
looking.
even consider you unless you can cast 3rd level magic. And even then they kind of stare down their nose at you if 3rd is the best you can do. And then, like, she goes into detail that they can also, the tokens can be converted into power-ups.
That is interesting, but
Every 2 tokens turns into 1 power-up. And then feats and boons are also on the table. The special scrolls that basically, as long as you study them, you can learn to take a feat or boon outside of your ASIs. But she warns you that those are expensive.
and rightly so. Okay. And what are the other 2 compulsory quests?
The second one is a gather quest. And she warns you, don't. These are common ingredients, but don't go buying them from the merchants district. We will know.
I had no intention of doing that.
Well, we appreciate that, but we have to state it anyway because it has been done in the past. So that basically you just have to go out and find medicinal herbs that are, with your background, you'd actually understand to a certain extent that these are the basic herbs used in healing potions.
Oh, sweet.
You yourself may not know how to put them together, but you know that an alchemist does.
Right. Probably gathered some in the past.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not worth a lot, but it is worth something. And so that's a gather quest, and then your final quest that you have to go on is a what they call a targeted quest, and that is, she would tell you this one won't be the case, but keep this in mind for the future if you do fully join the Adventurers Guild. Targeted quests can also overlap with the Hunters Guild, because targeted quests have you go take down specific creatures that are causing problems.
Okay.
It's different from a kill quest because a kill quest is just generally like generic mobs. So, like I said, zombies, for example. That's what a kill quest is. It's just to get rid of a nuisance. A targeted quest is specific to, we want you to go hunt down Amora the Vast or Gangrod the Grey.
Right. So what's the target?
This one is not a named creature, but it is called a Blood Ogre.
Hmm.
And the basic information it gives you about a Blood Ogre is they're a variation of regular ogre that aren't particularly more dangerous than an ogre outright. They just have different abilities.
All right. And does this have directions for this blood ogre?
The last time it was seen in a cave to the southeast. They don't know, the cave itself was like 20 miles out.
All right. Down payment?
For the compulsories, we're not going to force you to pay because this is a compulsory.
All right. Well,
But if you
then-
fail even one of these, you cannot gain admittance at this time. You will be able to reapply for admittance in 1 year's time.
well, then I better get it done. I'll take the notices and I will proceed to head out and use the teleporter to start my hunt to assist Vort with his thing. What's the time limit on these quests?
As far as it's stated, there isn't one.
Cool. All right, yeah, time to go hunting.
How do you fail?
Oh, believe me, you can fail.
You die. That's how you fail. Or you just never do it.
Well, I will say this because you guys are intelligent enough to understand certain aspects of this world. You know every encounter you've come into, except for a very odd, and it was odd to you at the time. But you know every fight you go into, that dome appears. So somewhere you could reason that trying to run away from a fight once you've started it would constitute failure.
Huh.
So if, say, 6 zombies proved too much for you and you just ran away, because there is a feature that allows you to escape the bubble, but you're basically acknowledging that you're running away.
Right.
No one of this party's tried to do that, so I just hadn't brought it up till now. But I would say that it's common knowledge for most people since this is a built-in feature of the world. So you can reason out that if you consciously make that decision to retreat, that would constitute failure. Because they can certainly find another group to kill 6 zombies.
Now, the real question is, well, I guess magic, but what if you were to return later to kill them?
For the compulsories, you fail, you fail.
Right.
But to answer your question from if you're a full-fledged member, she did say other groups could complete your quest after a certain time limit has been passed, or if it was on accident. And when she means accident is if they were doing a quest in the area and your zombies attacked them, then they're just defending themselves.
Yep.
And then they would be entitled to that payment.
I was just planes in each for zombie.
It's going to happen a lot more than you think.
Well, I think I'm good for now as a player as I set forth on my journey to search for something for Vort to cook.
Okie dokie. Vort, I assume he meets up with you to get your input. Is there like a specific? I mean, you don't have to be so specific as to say I want a phase T-Rex, but is there something in general you want him to look for?
Meat.
Gotcha. I can do that.
And are you going by yourself, or are you going to try to have someone come with you?
I'm gonna go by myself. Because it's faster that way. Literally. So speaking of, we're gonna spend 40 energy to go times 15 speed for an hour.
Okay.
Once I'm out of the city, of course.
All right. Who's next on the list? Norjor. It's early afternoon by the time something interesting happens for you, unless you want to do something in between now and then.
He's just waiting.
Okay, I'm gonna say about 1:30. Your bed arrives.
thank you, thank you, thank you. I then pull a steel piece and kind of hold it up. You guys won't mind carrying it to the room, right? Want to get in trouble after all.
Sure.
Now I'll hand each of them 5 steel pieces.
Okay.
Would be enough. Yes.
That'll do. How do you want us to get it in there, though?
I
Unless you
don't
want
have
us to
pipes.
unless you want me to blatantly carry this in front of the bartenders.
Is there not a wait here? We're just gonna walk around the building, kind of see if there's a back entrance.
There is.
If I go into the back entrance, where does that lead?
It's locked.
Oh. Yeah. Moment. What other ways are there to get in? If I keep walking around.
On the east side, there appears to be an entrance as well.
I try to open the east entrance door. The door looked like it'd be big enough to fit a bed. Why are you chuckling?
You open the door, and it's like a exterior storage closet. You see things like
Oh,
like a reaping scythe, um, uh, like lawn care equipment.
close the door and just start pacing around. What to do? I then get an idea. And walk and to the bar, kind of telling the people outside to wait for my signal. And as Wago is distracted, his minor illusion to make it sound like one of his bottles fell and broken.
Interesting.
I don't think it's going to work, but it's a shot. I'm gonna put a token or icon on that anyway.
Uh, whisper to a scream. Wego will temporarily turn his back towards the door as he's looking for this broken glass.
When he looks away, I'm gonna give the guys the signal to hurry to the stairs. I just hurry up.
They come in. They get inside, and as they start moving towards the stairwell to take the bed up, it's like every step they step on creaks really loud.
Trying to
Fuego
sleep
looks
over
like
here.
he's. If Fuego looks like he's turning around, I'm just gonna make it sound like another bottle broke behind him. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
He turns and looks for the other bottle. As your guys get the bed up the stairs.
I will also lead him to the room, which looks like it is kind of looks a bit mangled. Like scratches on the walls, sort of like a skull in the middle of the carpet. Nordor is just gonna pretend to look confused. What happened here? This isn't how I left the room. Of course, the bed in the corner just in 1,000 pieces. Literally.
Kind of look at each other, look at you. Shrug. Put the bed down, grab the broken frame, move it out of the way. Put the new frame in place, put the mattress on the frame. Give you a thumbs up. All within the span of like 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. There is a back way. We don't want him to see you guys that way.
Sure, we can do that.
And once they leave, Mordor's just gonna sit on the bed and think about what he's going to explain to everyone.
Okie dokie. Vort.
Yep.
Anything special that you're up to until the competition?
He'd probably get to the competition site early and make sure he registers, that sort of thing.
The entry fee is 5 steel pieces.
Okay, I'll pay that.
And as you get to the competition site early, you'd realize that you're not the only one. And now you feel like your competition is a little bit more stiff. As you observe some people who appear to know what they're talking about as they're sharpening their knives.
Do I see any of their ingredients? Anything they're prepping or?
You would see one guy's prepping a ridiculous amount of potatoes. And when I mean prepping, I don't mean just like cut and peeling. I mean he's literally cutting them into like disc shapes. And by Vort's count, there's well over 600 potatoes there. There's like barrels and barrels and barrels just by this one guy's station. Another guy appears to be preparing some sort of very lean red meat. You know, cutting fat where it doesn't need to be, trimming it to be like, in that person's opinion, the perfect cut of meat. And another guy you would see what you think is chocobo meat, which isn't necessarily a common ingredient. Vort, as a trained chef, would understand that bad things happen to people who kill chocobos. you have to have a to intentionally kill a chocobo. You have to have a death wish.
Okay.
Because it's well known that um, sometimes you get smited exactly where you stand for doing it. Well, that's the general gist of like the most sophisticated things you see, except for the potatoes. The potatoes was just because it's strange. And yeah, I mean, you're kind of waiting on Simar. Although, do you have any backup ingredients just in case?
Yeah, I think he would have picked up. Well, he has whatever he has with him, and he has. Would conjure food and water be allowed in, like to conjure an ingredient?
There isn't any explicit rules against it, but it might be suggested that you do it covertly.
All right. Yeah, he'd probably have some like basic common ingredients with him. Common vegetables, uh, some meat. Would have picked those up, and whatever he had with him.
Okay. Keto, you are finally done with the paperwork.
That me is the other me. How long did it take the loan to do?
About an hour and a half.
It will go. Loan will go to the place. See what he needs to buy. Hire.
Okay. As you get there, there's like built-in counter space and stuff like that, but generally speaking, it's pretty open. You get the feeling that this could have been used as a warehouse or as a shop. It's just that large.
Warehouse. That's nice.
So, depending on how you want to set up the shop, we can discuss pricing. And as for hires, how would you go about hiring people?
I think you go to the Familia and see if anybody who was looking for work as a skilled crafter.
I'm sure you could
All
find some.
crafts. And I think depending on what I get and on what start.
I'd say by going through the Familia, you'd have a little bit easier time because they have the resources. They would have several laborers you could hire just for standard labor. Um, they have a few masons, a few carpenters, a few apprentices of various stations like armorers, smiths, fletchers, even a few like merchant apprentices. What they call those, clerks. And you could also hire full-fledged, like masons, carpenters, weavers, armorers. I'd say they have a nice round number of 10 of each who are available.
All right. Hire them all, and then are they local?
Yeah.
All right. And then bring them to the warehouse. They can look at the place, say, yes, it would be better for me to set up here. It would be better for this place to set up here. Get them all to work together so that, because I know that if I go in there and I say, I want this here, this here, this here, and this here, those two fucks there are going to bump into each other, and those three guys are going to get in each other's way. That guy's going to want to be over there every time this person's over here.
Okay, fair enough.
So get them to put, stuff together.
Okay. I'll say it takes the next couple hours to do that.
And you said it's 10 skilled of each.
Mm-hmm. We can get you exact pricing later.
Yep, I'm gonna work on that while you. That's skilled is 2 iridium a day, right?
Skilled is anywhere between 3 steel pieces and 5 steel pieces a day.
Huh?
Under admin notes, you'll find something called wages.
What?
I'm sorry that such poor people
Yeah,
are working for you.
then they're getting 1 iridium a day, because
Okay, that's fair enough.
they're getting a pay increase.
Fair enough. I mean, if you don't want to handle steel, you don't want to handle steel.
I mean, for the clerks coming in, steel is something like they can spread amongst themselves as the tip for the day.
Lars,
Oh, sorry.
it's under admin. It's under wages. Lars, you back? He must have passed out. All right. Well, Simar,
Yep, that's me.
at your current speed, you. What level are you again?
8.
So you could probably handle one of these on your own. As you're following some of the tracks, you start to follow one specific set of tracks because they're the easiest to make out, and you follow. You're gonna find something specific for meat.
Meat.
Ah, yes. So where's my blank battle map? Blank battle map. So let's throw some more down here. Question is, could you handle 2?
Are we about to find out? I think the answer is technically yes. Did Lars ever rejoin us?
Not that I've heard. I am assuming he passed out.
It is super early in the morning for him.
Some more as you're running and following the tracks.
Ooh,
You see a couple of these creatures.
Triceratops. All right. Well,
Escapees.
this put him down. Yeah, we're gonna cast Shillelagh on my large greatsword. For now, I will save my spell slots because I don't know what's going on. Well, I know what's going on, but I don't know anything about these things. We are just gonna go ahead and I'm assuming at this distance, they are unaware of me.
Correct.
Only 130 feet. All right, cool. Yeah. Well, we're just gonna go ahead and rush right in and slap it on the butt with everything I got. This is with the great sword. This is at disadvantage because this is a large weapon. Swing and a miss. I will not Tides of Chaos, and I will proceed to back away.
Well, first you need to roll a d6.
6.
You're good. Oh, wait, no, on a 6? Go ahead and roll the damage.
Oh, don't tell me I hit myself. 45.
You are running really fast, and this is the first time you've gotten to use this great sword. You take your swing to get that nice smack, and you just you're not used to that weight as you're moving this quickly, and your balance shifts, and you're sure you're going to miss. And as the tip of the blade just barely misses the creature, you still see signs that you made impact. That's all force damage.
Yep.
It is now bloodied.
All right.
And go ahead and finish out like you're taking a
Nope,
turn.
that's my turn. That's half my
Alright.
movement right now.
Then go ahead and throw yourself on initiative and roll initiative.
Combat with seminar because it hasn't been an hour.
And the familiar dome appears around you.
Alrighty.
And you're up first.
Alright. First verse, same as the first. Just gonna Yoddly dee over there, and we're gonna slap him with the same thing. 11 to hit.
An 11 is a miss.
All right, and we're just gonna yeedly dee all the way over here. That looks good enough. That's what? That's 175 feet away. That's fine. Their turn.
As it comes barreling towards you.
Angry Ceratopsians.
It is your turn.
Whoop. Once more, with feeling. 14?
That will hit.
46 force. Oh, and it did move last turn, so have some Booming Blade willing move. Which, I don't know why it's making me do an attack roll for it, but okay. Item interaction, collect the crystal, and hang out over here. And that's my turn. Oh,
Your turn.
oh my emotion.
Ready?
How many feet is this? That's within 600 feet, right?
Yeah, it's 225.
All right. It takes so long to cross. There is. Oh, that was at normal. Hold on, let me re-roll that. Roll damage. Whoops. I just want a regular attack, please. At normal. Okay, so it's gonna hit regardless.
Yep.
And what we're gonna do is we'll stand right here.
Action disengage. Go ahead and take your booming. What to do?
Yep. Boop. Boop. I need to figure out how to make this not an attack roll.
Make it another roll.
Auto roll. I don't know how to do that. We'll
I know
research.
an other roll.
Oh.
When you change it, when you change the damage type or the attack type,
Oh.
there's like attack
Oh,
type,
got it.
saving throw,
Yep,
etc.
yep.
Just set to other.
All right. My turn.
Yes, it is.
Once more with feeling. Attack at disadvantage. 35. And I will continue to hang out here. Oop. What shall the Ceratopsian do?
Realizing that it can't get away, it's going to turn around and try to attack you.
Fair.
As it tries to run you through with its horn. 17 to hit.
It does not get through my armor.
It sits there and kind of stands its ground with you, but it has a look of absolute terror on its face.
All right, let's finish this sucker off, shall we? Waiting for the turn to swap. Can I attack out of turn?
No, you can't. I was checking something though. You don't get disadvantage.
For wielding a weapon is size category larger than me?
A great sword isn't technically a size category larger than you, but even then, no. Nothing
Right.
explicitly states that.
Because I specifically went with a large size greatsword. Huh.
But yes, even just the rules as written, nothing says that a large size weapon grants disadvantage.
Want
There
to make
might
it
be
a
some.
house rule?
Nah, I'm okay with you rolling regular.
Oh, okay. Very well.
Otherwise, we'd be having to have this conversation with Thea, considering he's one-handing a great sword.
Could have the epic boom Titan script. You don't know.
He kind of does. He has a feat that's similar, but no.
Alright,
It's not
let's
Titan's
kill
grip.
this thing.
I keep forgetting I have to hit the. There you
Hey, murder time.
go. Unless you roll a natural one.
This is very true. Excellent. Collect the crystal and start making my way back to Fort.
Let's roll D. Let's roll 3d20, shall we? You found that 23 miles out, so
Uh, what time of day is it?
it's still like morning.
Morning. So, judging by the position of the sun, how many hours did it take me to get out here, and how long would it take me to get back?
Less than an hour. You move at like 60 miles an hour.
Fuck, I got time. Let's go kill some zombies on a red ogre. Blood ogre thing. Collect some flowers while I'm at it. Might as well knock it all out while I'm fast.
Well, let's see if you get past the blood ogre first, because you know that would be closer to where you're at.
All right.
I did say like 20 miles out.
You
Already 20 miles.
said 20 something.
Miles east.
So
Yeah. 20 miles southeast.
that's actually, you turn around and there's a cave.
Look for tracks.
Literally the exact number I rolled earlier.
Look for tracks. So
You definitely see some bigger tracks going towards that cave.
all right. I guess we're gonna do a survival to see if it's ogre-like footprints, and then go into the cave.
Go ahead and make that check. All right, 1 second. There are definitely ogre tracks, but there's a lot less weight on them than you'd expect.
Ooh.
And as you're charging towards the ogre cave, Lars,
Hmm.
what were you doing after you left the mansion?
I was going to shopping, find some ingredients for something in seafood type. Exotic seafood.
Oh, something seafood.
Yeah.
How exotic do you want to go?
How exotic I can go if I can go really exotic, then something like kraken tentacles or just tentacles, something exotic.
You find kraken tentacles.
How much they gonna cost?
That's a good question. You wander into this newly refurbished building. Nikito, how much are you charging for kraken tentacle? As you step into this store, Lars, you see a bunch of like tradesmen who are like kind of, it's not like, fist fight arguing, but they're definitely arguing about who's going to use what space and where and what's the most efficient way to use it. And you'll see this one like butcher as you step up to the counter that's already set up. And he's the one who told you about the kraken tentacles that they have. So, Akito, how much are you charging for kraken
16
tentacles?
iridium.
How much?
16 iridium.
16. Okay, so well, I put 100 in lithium IDs and say how much I can get with this. Or IP. No idea IP. Idea. 100 IP. How much I can get with this?
About 6 pounds.
Is this not for Ford? Maybe. Well, I put on another 100 IP. So I
12
take,
pounds.
yeah, I take those and just go bring them to port.
Akito, you can go ahead and put down a profit of 200 iridium.
Making money already.
By the way, you weren't aware that this was Akito's warehouse because he was nowhere near.
Yeah.
But this was Akito's warehouse.
Yeah. But yeah, I now go find Ford so I can give this to.
You'd find him at the plaza, or Wall Square as it's called.
Hi Ford.
Oh, hey.
I got some ingredients for you if you like to use something exotic.
Oh, what do you got?
I got kraken tentacles.
Ooh, wet meat. Okay. I'll see what I can do with these.
Here you go. Now, these were a little expensive, but you're my friend. I wanted to help you, so it's all
Oh,
good.
I can cover the cost.
No. Just try to make sure that you win. That's all I need.
All right, thanks.
Do you need anything else help over here? I can try to be your side chef or something at the start at some point if you need some help for making ingredients or some or finding anything.
Yeah, I can always use a second pair of hands if you want.
Sure thing.
Okie dokie. By this time, Akito, you were adjourned for lunch.
It was just a lot of formal stuff in the beginning.
No. But no one else was here to hear it. I have.
Yep. You get something from
Yeah, I do. So yeah, I mean, I will say the general gist is that they have an idea of what they want to do, but they haven't fleshed out the how. Because essentially they're willing to revoke the judgment, but they don't want to just revoke it.
Ah.
So what would Akito do?
For lunch, I'm just gonna go to the fancy place around the corner, and so I can get back in time to finish that. Realizing
Okie It'll be the same rate for both, so.
yep, sold.
Okie dokie. So Norjor. Been a while. You got your bed. No one's come back.
What? What's taking everyone so long? Go look for them.
So I should go look for them. The first group you'd run into is Lars and Fort, who appear to be getting ready to cook something.
What's going on here?
the cooking competition.
Oh, you need any help? I mean, I'm not the best chef, but I
I
burn everything I eat. Or cook, I mean.
Not me either. I have summoned my glaive to my hand and started chopping something with that.
think we got it in hand.
Alright, you know where the others are, then?
Simimar said he was going out hunting for more ingredients. Not sure about Aikido. And they got dragged off someplace.
Right. Order's just gonna think about what he can do to pass the time, really. There doesn't seem to be a lot of things he can really do. Okay, not a lot of things that I can think of as a player. Is there a wooded area near the city?
Not really. I mean, it's a giant black mountain surrounded by plains.
It's gonna be spotted no matter where anyone looks. Really have what to do with my time with Lord Jor right now. Guess he's just going to walk around the city and see if there's anything he can do.
With your okay, let me start with what is your passive perception?
Hmm?
Yeah, North Shore. What's your passive perception?
11.
11. This will be difficult. Make a perception check at disadvantage.
No.
You haven't been here long, and common, while you speak it and write it well enough, it's still not your first language. And as you're wandering around the city, you wander down this dark alley, and you start to see the setting sort of change for you. It it becomes seedy, becomes dirty. And you can tell not many people come down this way. But as you go farther in, almost following like an instinct, I want you to make a perception check at disadvantage again.
Just really love to torture me with these disadvantage rolls.
I mean, it's a little better. You start to feel a thumping in your chest, something that makes your blood warm. You don't hear anything. You don't see anything, yet you feel like you hear something. And it feels like it's beckoning to you. Do you continue to follow it, or do you do something else?
With curiosity, I follow it.
You turn a corner. Now you see cobwebs, dust, debris of broken boxes and chairs. A smell of just old, musty things hits your nose, and as it does, roll one more disadvantage perception check.
I'm
Not-
going to grab a chair leg to use as a weapon.
Okay, that's fair. Ooh, 18, not bad. As you go to grab that chair leg and position it kind of like a club over your head, you notice a piece of faded paper laying on one of the chairs. But the ink on the paper looks as new as if it was written today.
What does it say? After reading the paper, I was just gonna look around, put it in his pocket. Or this has to be either for me or someone else named Norjor.
And as you turn around to go back the way you came, written in bloody letters, is this message on the wall.
Oh! That's an omen if I ever seen one. I say as I run by, as I run, before I run away from it.
It takes you but a few moments to round the corner, go back the way you came. And as you exit, you just can't help but look over your shoulder one more time. And as you do, there's a solid wall. There's no alleyway there.
What? This is freaking me out. Did I accidentally take drugs? I pull out the paper again to make sure I wasn't high.
When you go to reach for the paper, you don't find it in the pocket you put it in.
I check my other pocket.
You find a piece of paper in your other pocket.
Not the same one.
Nope.
Nordro's just gonna sit down, lean against a wall, just kind of have a mini panic attack.
As Norzor is having his mini panic attack, Simamar, you approach this cave.
Is it the Cave of Wonders?
No, but everybody, almost everybody except for maybe Lars and yourself, will recognize this map almost immediately. Because it's the map I use for every time we have to come to a cave. The party even met a god in this cave once.
My God. It might as well be the Cave of Wonders at this point.
Yeah, kinda. It wasn't really
Oh,
a god,
son of
it
a-
was an anti-god, but you know, same thing.
Yeah, I remember.
How do
But as you approach,
you been here before? No, never. Then how do you know your way around here? Caves are exactly the same.
I mean, you're not wrong. Uh, okay, so Simbar, as you approach, a smell wafts from the entrance of the cave.
Wafts.
It doesn't smell good. Uh,
Mm. Well, if I get closer, if I get closer, I can't get closer. Um, does it make me want to vomit if I get closer? Is it that repugnant, or is it
no,
like the stench of death?
stench of death.
Okay, stench of death. Um. Oh yeah, we're still in combat turns.
No, hang on. That actually would just be because this map was in combat last time we were here.
All right. I will skip along merrily in the footsteps of the ogre, specifically following his path, so I don't trigger anything. Oh, hello there, guy.
As you skip along merrily, you see this ogreish figure kind of bent over, drooling, with these wispy blue, I guess, like tendrils of almost like mist coming off of its body, as an individual that looks like this is standing in front of it.
Hmm.
As it turns around and looks directly at you, it vanishes.
Weird. How does the ogre look?
It doesn't look like a. It doesn't look like you expect. It's got reddish skin, but not as red as blood ogre suggests. Its lower jaw is protruding out much more than it should be,
Hmm.
and it just has this ghastly mist coming off of it. And as it gets up to stand up, you
I shall
notice certain
beckon the
parts.
storm.
You notice certain parts of it are see-through.
Yeah, you're not. You're not normal at all.
And it roars at you.
And the wind howls back.
Go ahead and roll initiative, but you can go ahead and if you're going to activate the soul before that, that's fine.
Yep. And with beckoning the storm, I am under the effects of warding wind. Slightly edited.
Oakley Doakley. Well, that's a drastic difference in initiatives.
Oh yeah.
It's going to. Oh, let's see. All right, one more back. Go on. Go back to where I had you.
Go back, fiend.
He moves here. It's going to raise its giant meaty hand at you and point. And in a guttural language, say something to you very loud and obnoxiously.
I'm annoyed.
Make a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
25.
All of a sudden, you feel this its piercing gaze as for a moment this feeling of fear wells up in your chest. You aren't affected for very long, to the point where you just kind of shrug it off. But it felt as if this creature was trying to immobilize you with its stare.
Ooh, interesting.
And that is the end of its turn. Second. There you go.
All right. Same old song and dance. Bonus action shillelagh. We will just do a non-planar war. Booming blade reap what you sow. Uh, 13.
13 will hit.
Wow. 37 mixture of thunder, fire, and magical bludgeoning. And what we are gonna do, looks like he's blocking that entrance pretty well. We'll see what 120 feet of distance gives between me and him. Enter. Enter. God damn it. It's not letting me end it.
That's because it's Aurora. Oh, that's weird.
My
Alright.
stuff messed up, so I'm probably gonna win.
It moves closer. Annoyed that you ran so far away. It's going to heft a very large, pointy stick and
All right.
uh
He does so at disadvantage.
well, he would have done so at disadvantage anyway. But duly noted. It's gonna miss. At the end of its turn, you hear in your mind a cold, vastless voice. 5.
Don't know what that is. Slightly chilling. We are going all in with this. As the game catches up. There we go.
A crystal forms where the creature once stood.
All right. I will acquire the crystal, and I will wait to see if I hear the voice again.
After about 6 seconds, you will hear 4.
I will throw up protection from good and evil on myself. And with my excessive movement speed, I'm going to venture into this corner where these corpses are and see if there's any loot. Let's see. Roughly 90, 180. That'd be 230. Boop. Oh. Movement going through walls. Non-action perception to see if I see anything cool. And that'll be my turn.
Three. It is your turn again.
All right. Is there anything actually in this cave, or is it just empty cave?
Currently, I mean, there'd be some like merchants. Looks like merchants' wares. Let me see. Do.
I don't see ability.
You do find a dagger that catches your eye.
I will scoop it up and make my way out. Well, sorry for the inconvenience if I thwarted your plans. I just came here my job and I shall be leaving. Ta-ta.
Because you passed through a very specific area. Give me a moment.
Oh.
Let me see if any of these actually affect you or if they're too specific. As you're running, make a wisdom saving throw.
We are great at those. Is it a success or failure?
You aren't entirely sure, but you feel dead inside. You feel like if you were touched by fire right now, it would do a significant amount of damage more to you than it should. Let's see. So it's that. Yeah, the other two don't apply to you.
All right. I shall head out towards the zombies. Out of curiosity for speed and efficiency, do we need to roll out the combat for the zombies?
No.
There yet.
Well,
True.
I-
Let's see if you get there first.
Bounce off of a wall.
No, he doesn't.
Ha, guess what? You're fighting a Death Knight now. Fuck.
Oh, that was no Death Knight. You'd want it to be a Death Knight. You may have gained the attention of something you didn't want to gain the attention of. But that's okay.
It's a common occurrence now. What can I say? Along my journey, may I keep an eye out for those herbs that need collected? Since I'm
Sure.
sure they're quite numerous.
Make a few nature checks. Let's say like 5.
All right. 1, 3, 5.
You get lucky and find all 5 on your way there.
Nice.
You only had +3. That's damn good rolls.
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
Now it's zombies and back to Vort. Because I got Triceratops meat. Unless you want to try cooking a weird, monstrous red ogre thing.
For efficiency's sake, we'll say that you killed all, because they were literally basic bitch zombies, like 4th CR.
I would.
You just downed 2 CR5 terrorite. You just downed 2 CR5 Triceratops with little to no effort.
And a red ogre.
I am
Thank you.
curious, though. Hang on. Just for shits and giggles.
That's a crit.
You're lucky.
They just keep multiplying.
No, I was just rolling to see if one of them got to be mutated into a flame zombie.
Ooh,
None of them mutated.
damn.
I don't
You've
know. I don't
already
know if you
forget
want to have a
about
Niffle incident. It would be a Niffle all over again.
Did you already forget about that fire damage thing that you got?
Oh, I don't know if that was magic for the day or if I was just stricken with vulnerability to fire for who knows how long.
That sounded like a curse, though.
Everything's a curse with you.
All I'm just gonna say is that's all I'm gonna say.
That's all I'm gonna say. You didn't say anything. Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Do I make it back in time to give Vort some meat?
I'd say yeah. At this point, you meet up with the other 3. Norzhor. Well, no, you pass by Norzhor, who is like staring into his hands on a bench. He looks physically disturbed.
Seminar will stop and literally slide because of his momentum, and then come over to Nordor. It's like, are you doing okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine. Yeah.
You are very unconvincing, and you do not look like.
I feel like my past is coming to haunt me.
Hmm. Well, I was gonna offer it before we got super drunk, but if you have something that you want to talk about, I'm willing to lend an ear.
Maybe later.
Very well.
It's just you and me.
Looks around. Yeah, might be a little awkward. Well, let's go. Let's go support our new comrade Vort in his cooking competition, shall we?
You did not pick up human meat, did you?
Triceratops.
That seems interesting. Let's go.
Hopefully, it's not gamey like bear.
Never had it before.
Yeah, near have I.
And you know that was a thing you could eat.
I mean, you can eat practically anything.
As you walk up, you hear the announcer kind of explaining things to the group of people who are here. Now, every station is filled with prospective chefs.
Hey, Vort, here you go. And Simar tosses him a blue crystal.
Wait, what'd you get?
A Triceratops.
Nice. Alright, I'll start. I'll break the crystal to bring it out and start chopping it up, dressing the corpse.
Well, we need to get it inspected first, right?
Oh yeah. And the kraken, kraken tentacles.
That is an interesting combination. Where'd you get Kraken tentacles from?
Hi.
Oh, hey, Lars.
Where did you come from?
I was here helping Wart.
Alright, Lars. So far, I'm up 2 Triceratops and a mutated red ogre. What are you at?
Well, I bring those Kraken tentacles.
Ah, but did you slay the Kraken?
Yes.
I'ma inside you for your bullshit.
And Lars, make a deception check.
Fuck!
I see through your lies.
Not only does Simimar not believe you, but no one around you believes you.
Well,
Tisk,
Nordor
tisk,
just
tisk.
shows Lars the price tag still on it.
yeah. Well,
Man, I guess
I,
Krakens are
I,
on sale nowadays.
yeah, yeah. I slayed the prices.
That's about the only thing you slayed.
Yeah, was kind of busy day.
Oh, well, love to stick around,
Oh,
but
Simimar, for our
yeah.
bet, here is that one IP. I
Oh,
flipped the one IP.
thank you very much. I got some quests to turn in to the guild hall, and I'll be back to watch the finale of your cooking. Best of luck.
So, I'm just going to rule this as a specific role for the NPCs, and for Fort, he can use his cooking utensils. whatever stat he feels relevant. There's a way to skew every single stat.
Right. Can I use wisdom?
Yeah.
And is Lars assisting me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say that's
if-
perfectly. Yeah, that's acceptable because they are also.
No.
Well, this is going well.
So this is round 1. There are 20 contestants.
23.
Eivor, just relax. Everything's gonna be okay. You don't need to be nervous.
Okay. So they go. First round is first 5 eliminated. So 1.
Technically, that should have added my proficiency for +3. I don't know why I didn't.
Okay, that's fine. So call that 11.
Yeah.
Oh, and then I'm gonna. Can I use my inspire? That I got.
Yeah, that'd be
I
one.
used that. Yeah. So there is. There is that greater rank 2. I think I have that one, so it's gonna
So
be
that's a +2 to his.
Yeah.
So 13. So you got a 20. I'm not gonna tell you why, but you got 20.
Okay.
Those were the 5 lowest scores. Those are the 5 that are eliminated first. You were right on the edge there. So the dish you present is definitely not your best. You even feel maybe for the first time in a long time like nerves taking hold of you, and you mean to cut here, but you cut it lengthwise instead of widthwise. You add in just the absolute wrong mixture of spices, but somehow even in this amalgamation that you have put together that is absolutely not what you intended, it still tastes better than half the competition.
Damn.
So round 2. Go ahead and roll another one. You are getting Inspire, so add a +5 to it because it's not adding your proficiency. So you get +3 from your proficiency, and he gives you a +2 for Inspire.
I added the proficiency I went into.
Oh, okay, got it. All right, 22. The next 5 are eliminated. You are nowhere near the bottom. This time, you've kind of shaken off those jitters, and you're able to present a dish that you actually feel proud of, and you don't feel like it fails you in showcasing your skill. In fact, it's actually pretty more than halfway decent for you. And those are the 5 that are eliminated. In the third round, they actually eliminate 7 to make the final round of basically 1v1v1. So go ahead and make your roll one more time.
Nice.
Damn. They're gonna have a hard time beating that.
Almost
So
perfect.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you actually, during the judging, scored the highest out of this bracket with a 29. You deliver a near perfect dish in exactly the way you meant to. You even discover some tricks during the development of this dish that you feel like you're going to use in future dishes because it was so useful and it made it taste so much better. So those are the three who passed through. And for your final round of cooking, oops, ignore that.
The
Two. Those are your competition. And then they're gonna pull out their stops this time.
What?
Mm, one.
Holy shit, he just blew away the competition.
Can I give a bless for
Sure.
what?
Yeah, that'd be perfectly fine. Go ahead and add a D4 to your 28. A 29. So Vort would come in first prize with a 29 worthy dish. Something along the lines of kind of like a surf and turf combination between the Triceratops steak and the Kraken tentacles. And in second place, the pressure got to them. Well, actually, the second place, it's decent, but it's a 20, and that's pulling out all the stops. They're able to deliver a nice medium rare steak, but it's not anywhere near as good as your Triceratops steaks. And then the third place, he scored a 15. So you win the prize of 400 iridium, and then 6, call them secret cooking books that I'll have to give you the names of later. But just thumbing through them, you know that Vort's going to learn a lot from these books.
Ladle.
I
They
believe
pulled
you.
out they pulled out the stops and got a +2. They literally rolled a D4 for Bless and a D10 for Familia backing and got a 2.
Damn.
That's why
Damn.
Grim was like, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah, that guy got a 1 and a 1.
Yeah, that poor guy. He didn't make it. And then the second guy got a 7, but he only rolled a 13, so
Lars, you can take the coin. I just want the books.
How much?
400
400.
iridium.
That's really generous, but I don't need that kind of money. I think you can get much more ingredients with that, and try some new recipes or.
All right, if you insist.
I insist that you give them money. It was your victory. It was your effort. I I believed in you from the
And
start.
your tentacles.
But his skill.
This is true.
By this point, Aikido probably comes strolling up, looking very, very bored.
No. You guys did not miss anything. Apparently it was I wasn't signed anything where I can't talk about this right.
No, you're good. It was open to the public, so
Apparently the fallen are upset that they are fallen, trying to be redeemed. But I guess all hope is not lost because a group of adventurers can redeem the gods. They go on a redemption quest for them. I don't know who. Did I see anyone jumping up and down? Do it.
when they heard the terms and conditions, no. Akito, as you're explaining this, a very well-dressed individual would walk up to your group and patiently wait for you to stop explaining.
Oh, hello. With my hat.
Thank you for your attendance today, Shogun Akito. Here is your compensation for doing your noble's duty. It's a bag of like 20 iridium.
Just iridium. Because you know if there's other stuff in there, it's getting dumped.
Actually, you know what? It's a bag with a single coin in it.
Ooh. An emerald coin. The other coin.
Yeah, an emerald coin.
Gotcha. Ah,
We hope
thank you.
your party considers taking on the quest. The reward would be substantial.
Well, heard it. Except
What quest is he talking about?
redemption of the gods. We
So
meet
they're gonna
one
send
of
back
two of
the
the
Brotherhood?
requirements. Looks like they want to talk it over. Good day, and I won't hold you anymore.
He tips his hat and then we'll.
Oh, where were we told where you go to accept this?
Just see the receptionist at the palace.
Gotcha. So, how was my day? How was your day?
A
By
wonderful
this point,
conversation.
Simamar would be strolling up.
But you did. What did you serve? that anyone we know.
No, Triceratops steak with kraken tentacles.
So, did you win? Also, hi, Akita.
Hello.
Yeah, I won.
Nice. Good job.
What does
So,
this quest involve?
well, the quest is a redemption quest for the gods which have fallen to restore them. Restore them to what they were. But the party which takes on this redemption will have their powers temporarily nullified. So therefore, they are reduced to average citizen.
Like, we go back to being like what we were when we first met.
Oh, worse than that. You just have your class abilities.
Huh. I don't know how I feel about this. I mean, if they came to you saying that this is something that we can do,
No. I was at the meeting, nobles discussing,
right?
agreed on, and, you know, redeem the gods if a group put forth the effort to try to redeem them for them. Can't just have the gods redeem. Group of lower levels under the ranks of 10.
And you said so. What exactly do they go into how? What gets nullified again?
Fallen gods are no longer fallen.
He
It's
means
a
which of our abilities?
redemption.
Yeah. What abilities of ours becomes
Okay,
nullified?
so you're a fighting ranger, wizard, sorcerer, warlock.
Would you like
Umar?
it quicker? Or just go on with the
Would help.
example.
All of
I
our
mean,
powers together would make us be able to make gods gods again.
so you know what? All right, so in layman terms, you know what a class is.
Roughly, yeah.
You know what powers
Yeah.
you get from your class.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you know what powers you don't have that don't come from a class?
Yeah.
Kinda.
You don't get to use those.
The powers that we don't get from classes.
Correct.
Okay. Now, does
Include
that
racials?
cover feats?
What?
Right. If someone trains enough in a class to basically develop a feat, I'm assuming that they would still retain that feat for this endeavor.
Is it a feat or is it a power?
A feat.
Why are you asking me that?
Because you're the one who knows.
Yeah, well, If from a class, okay. If it's something that's not from the class, not okay. I don't know about racial. This
Hmm.
power is temporarily nullified.
I don't mind doing this if this is what the group decides to do. I would prefer, I guess, given the time frame, I would prefer to visit the Black Tower, but if the Black Tower is going to be sticking around for a while, then we
Right.
can do
With the
this.
redemption thing, you be level 10 and under. If we go and do something where the rewards are unimaginable, probably.
Theo comes walking up, eating a snow cone.
Nordjor seems like he's in deep thought right now,
Hmm.
looking very worried and nervous.
I mean, I'll still have Ghost, but I won't have Ghost.
I mean, I think I'll be fine with this.
What are we talking about?
Something about redeeming the fallen gods. How they need a party of under level 10 to do it.
Paid my dues, and the person who paid the dues was expressing that they would be interested in our group. Guessing that. Expressing that. It would be great rewards, but we already know what's standing in the way of the fallen.
Do we?
Oh, I'm sorry, Vort. You ours were not with us when they're. You know how Netherverse is cut off from everywhere?
Hmm. Kinda.
Well, crazy cults found a way to breach that barrier. Eve
And when
in
you
one of
mentioned
the
that, sorry,
yeah, go.
I was just gonna say that when you start mentioning the cult, Nordjor's going to sigh a little guiltily. I think you may know who that cult is. They call themselves the Cult of Diablo. They let me remind myself what they want to do.
They wanted to beat up the fallen. Well, the fallen were fallen.
Oh. They aim to take over the lands.
I mean, that sounds
For
kind
what
of
they call the
typical.
true rulers.
Oh,
I do not believe they are referring to the fallen gods, the demon lords of the Netherverse.
did they explain why they wanted people under 10th level to do this?
Because. No. But, I mean, all the. Any story that's any good. You know? David and Goliath. It's always a foe that is unbeatable. The quest, Jason and the Argonauts. No? Hercules' trials.
I'm sorry, but what are all these tales?
They're shows.
I mean, look, admittedly, we're not heroes. Are you saying that we could be?
Thea turns to you, and because you can see his face, there is a pointed "I am upset with you" look on his face similar.
What?
We're not heroes.
Akira was implying that, not Sumamar. I'm definitely not a hero.
Thea turns around, just walks away. Cussing in a language I definitely know none of you speak. The only one who would is currently not here.
I don't know why Thea is so upset. I mean, I'm just stating how I view myself. We're not heroes. Not yet. I mean, I suppose if we were able to successfully complete this and then we could rise to becoming heroes, just like those fairy tales, but
Yeah, at least it'd give us something to do.
What do you think, Lars? Port?
Well, I'm thinking that if that we give up our powers will help the gods, I'm willing to do such thing for them.
The giving up the powers thing is just it's just temporary until we complete the quest, right?
Yeah. They definitely said temporarily nullified.
If you guys want to do this, I'll go with you.
Well, I'm willing to do this.
Begrudgingly, I'm willing.
See me more. Come on.
I mean, I said I would go if everyone else decided to.
That's the spirit.
Well, now we need to catch up to Thea, so I guess I'll go do that.
Catch.
He is nowhere in sight.
God damn it. Why does he always disappear when we need to talk to him?
Why does who disappear when you need to talk to him?
Thea.
Everyone else who is looking at Simamar sees Thea standing right behind him.
Thea's right behind you.
What? How'd you do that?
Have you never noticed I don't make sound when I move?
Magic.
No, they're these nifty little boots as he takes off one end. Again, except for you, Simamar. No one sees a foot come out of this boot.
Huh.
These are a special set of magic boots that make it so where I don't make noise when I walk.
Oh.
Are you literally just living air or something?
That's probably just a good way to put it.
It's a good analogy.
I'm an embodiment. I am an embodiment of air. Like Simamar almost was. I kid.
I tried to poke Tia. Does my hat go through?
Implications.
So
Think you
when
gotta
if
ask
you're trying to
permission.
touch one of the parts that isn't the cloak, it would go through. If you touch the cloak, the cloak is physical.
Okay, but that's feel that there is something inside the cloak.
Yep. Yes, it
I
still
think you
literally
gotta-
looks like an entire full body fills out this cloak, but as far as you can see, there is no head, no hands, no feet, no eyes, no nothing.
Thea. So I think the party. I mean, I think you already heard, but we're deciding to take on this.
We're gonna
Labor.
sacrifice ourselves for gods.
I'm gonna call it a labor.
Oh, I wish you all the best.
Are you not joining us?
I am forbidden from joining you.
Oh.
Odd.
Well, before we
Big.
separate, I got some crystals that I'd like you to take a look at and maybe pull some wasted potential from.
Sure. Thea's technical level is like 15. He's just not actually that level. His actual level is more like 5 because he has to split his experience so far many different ways, but all of his classes are like level 5 and higher. So he does not fit your 10th level bill.
That would work. I'd hand him the Triceratops and be like, can you make me strong like him? How is that a pun?
It was literally an accidental click. It's set to my number 9. Now I have a mouse with buttons on the side.
It's the accidental ones that hurt
Yeah.
the most.
They'll get you.
Yeah,
I
good.
didn't even know I did that shit.
What was the other 2 that was presented to me earlier?
What did I do wrong? Why isn't this not
Don't know,
working?
but here's a crystal of a strange red ogre that I there. And I would have made a full report on what I discovered in that cave. Oh. Also, Thea, can you cast Identify on me? I think I might have picked up a curse or something.
Pass. Identify. Oh. I feel sorry for you.
Oh, what did I do?
Well, I mean, the good news is it can go away. Eventually.
Eventually.
The
Can't
bad
remove curse,
news?
just remove it?
It's not a curse.
What is it?
It's a feature. He would explain that until the individual who put it on you goes to sleep, you have vulnerability to fire damage.
Well, considering that the person that put it on me was was a skeleton knight, dark knight looking dude. I doubt he's gonna be going to sleep anytime soon.
That's fair. The only other way to get rid of it would be to die. It would be temporary. I mean, we could easily bring it back, but
Yeah, I'd rather not reincarnate. I'll just.
oh no, we're in the Black City. I'm sure we can find someone who can cast Resurrection, or raise dead,
Yeah, I can revivify.
or revivify. Yeah, see, there you go. My only
Okay.
concern is depending on who the person was, you might not come back. Well, we'll get to that bridge when we get to it.
I guess.
Yeah. So the Triceratops, you want the strength.
Yeah.
Looks at anybody. Looks at everybody else in the party. Huh. Anybody have a terrible constitution? I'll take that as a no. Um, what are these things rocking? You know what? He can do that. He will break the Triceratops in his hands, and since the rest of you are standing here, you would see this happen. You see like this ghostly emanation of a Triceratops appears in the palm of his hand. He begins to kind of like twirl it a little bit, and then he just reels back his arm and slams it into Simimar's chest.
Ugh.
You now have 22 strength.
Zamar just gets jacked. Time to edit my Thea did things.
I will replace my lowest. I almost wasn't able to do that because there was nothing on that Triceratops I needed. But they do roll a d12 for health, so he just replaced one of his hit dice with a d12.
Nice. You want some undead fortitude?
Believe it or not, this creature does not have that.
No, I was talking about. I hold up a crystal of a zombie.
Oh, no, I'm good. I don't know how well an undead. Also, I have a cooldown. I haven't advanced that particular power yet. So, I mean, the ogre has a bunch of stuff that could be useful to distribute, but beyond that, I would suggest just selling the rest.
Alright.
Oh, hang on, I need to look at those ones in Aikido. Other than strength and its other ability, I don't know if there's anything you'd really want out of that thing. Aikido is what he would tell you. Oh.
Okay.
Oh yeah, yes, he could have. That would be one of the other things he could take. I completely missed that.
sell these.
That we'll have to wait till next time.
All right.
Yay! Adventure.
Core memory unlocked. Childhood trauma.
With a mild case of stalking.
It's a mind fuckery.
Good night, guys.
Night.
Yep.
Thanks for watching,
I'm
everyone.
gonna head off too.
Good night.
Y'all.